Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, welcome to Midvale Speedway. We are moments away from the first heat race rolling out onto the track. It will be for the late model division. Coming to green off of turn number 4. Here we go. Mike Miller in the 22 car, inching forward, going into the lead. Here comes Rosenberry in the 2, Doug McMillan the 54, riding the bottom lane in this fast heat race. Coming in to complete lap number 2, Mike Miller, your leader. Second is Rosenberry, third is McMillan. Battle for fourth between the 12 of Bubba Smith, the 17 of Bob Schneider Jr. For the number 4 position, they race to turn 3. Brian Smith in the number 1 car, running in the number 6 position. Brian Smith on the inside lane, racing with Schneider for the number 5 spot, and Smith, the top qualifier, moves up into the top 5. We are at halfway, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go for Mike Miller, Alex Rosenberry, Doug McMillan, and Bubba Smith. Rosenberry thinking about a move, and here it goes. Rosenberry to the outside of Miller. Down to the final couple of circuits for this one. McMillan now to the inside of Rosenberry for second spot. Under sunshine at Midvale Speedway. 1 lap to go in our fast heat race. Hall of Fame Motors, Federated Auto Parts night at the raceway. Stankiewicz gets sideways back of the field. He drops off the pace, loses the field. Down the backstretch into turn 3, McMillan on the inside. It is Rosenberry on the outside, and to the checkered we go. The winner is Miller. Second is Rosenberry. Third is McMillan. Fourth place is Smith, and fifth spot, the number 1 car of Brian Smith, Mike Miller. Claiming the victory, let's put your hands together for the veteran Mike Miller. The Williams Painting, Bob's Auto Sales, DFC Racing Carbs, and A1 Auto and Spring Car, your winner in Heat 1. Second heat for the late models coming up next.
For heat race number 2, as they'll come off of turn number 4, looking for chief starter Terry Coletti's green flag. Heat race number 2 underway. Off turn 2, down the back straightaway. Page will take the race lead. Riddle still on the outside in second spot. Kirkpatrick in third, and Desecker and Baker side by side for fourth. Jesse Page leads lap 1. Riddle way upstairs on the racetrack now. He'll give up the second spot to Kirkpatrick and fall into the clutches of Larry Baker in the 06 machine. Baker now sideways off turn 4. Sibla to the inside of Baker. Riddle around the outside. Move Riddle back up into third. Sibla to fourth. Baker back to fifth. Jesse Page, your race leader in the 02. Sibla looks to the outside of Riddle off of turn number 2. Page, Kirkpatrick, your top 2. And here comes Sibla up into the third spot. Move Riddle back to fourth. Baker still running fifth. Desecker sixth. Mills seventh. And Emerson Hoffman in eighth. Cars maintaining single file now down the back straightaway. Page still your race leader. Kirkpatrick, a nice run in second spot. Sibla in third. 2 laps to go for Jesse Page. Off turn number 4, white flag for Jesse Page. Sibla now creeps in on Kirkpatrick for that second spot. He'll take a look to the outside off turn number 4. Kirkpatrick is going to hold on to that second spot. Jesse Page, your winner. Kirkpatrick in second, Rick Sibla third, George Riddle fourth, Larry Baker fifth. Your top 5 machines. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for heat race number 2 winner. In the Canton Auto Sales sponsored number 02 machine from Louisville, Ohio, Jesse Page.
Fuchs, the Waynesburg Carriage Company, Wilkins Body Shop, Swans Racing Ride, the green is out. Joe Fuchs to the infield. Around goes the 48 car of Molnar, collecting the 45 car of Slintz. Minor damage to the 45 of Slintz, getting the left front fender as well as the nose piece before we go into intermission for the bicycle giveaways and the spectator drags. Paul Slintz and William Robinson ready for green, turn number 4. Robinson goes into the lead. It's Slintz falling to second. Here comes the 66 car of Sanquist into the number 2 spot. John Sanquist into second. Jonathan Ritter going to try to take the number 3 spot from Slintz. He will do so down in turns 1 and 2. Ritter trying to get his car up to speed. Missed the top 16 in qualifying earlier. He'll be heading to the last chance race, and the 66 of Sanquist has gone into the race lead. So veteran driver John Sanquist into the lead in car 66. Ritter now looking for the number 2 spot. Robinson goes high, opens up the bottom lane. He vacates the bottom groove as well as the second spot in turns 3 and 4. And we are at the halfway point of the race. 4 in, 4 to go. 5 laps in and 3 to go this time for Austintown, Ohio driver John Sanquist, the veteran of late model racing. Been at it a long time. Cloverleaf as well as Lorain County, Sandusky, some of his home tracks over the years, but he might not be able to hold off the race's second place runner right now, the 28 car of Jonathan Ritter. Dirt tracking it around the corners at Midvale Speedway. Final 2 circuits. Ritter closes to the rear bumper. 2 of the drivers that make the longest haul to Midvale Speedway. Ritter right there with 1 final lap to go. Will Sanquist open up the door for Ritter? They close on the 45 of Slintz. Ritter backs off and says, I'm going to let John have this one. Don't want to take any chance to tear up the car. Coming to the checker, the winner, John Sanquist. Second spot will go to Ritter in the 28. Just edges the 14 of Robinson, who finishes 3rd. Duffy's Auto Body, Hover Race Cars and Components, the sponsors for the Austintown driver, longtime competitor at Midvale Speedway as well as other tracks in Northeast Ohio. Let's hear it for John Sanquist. Todd Ripley and Preston Walker, the top 2 qualifiers, were underway. Mowry, a good qualifying effort for his first modified start at Midvale. Here comes Archer on the outside lane. Archer into the lead. A 29 on the side of the car that's reminiscent to the way Roger Black's 29s always looked on his cars. Coming to the stripe in 4, and they're underway. '29 starting a little bit early again, down in 3 and 4. Start of the season, doesn't quite have the starts and restart down. This time looking better, looking good, going to 4. Green is out, we're underway. Mowry and Archer side by side for the lead. Archer, good run through turn number 2, pulling ahead, middle of the backstretch. Archer in that second lane slides up the banking a little bit, works it sideways. Coming off of 4, Mowry the leader at the line by half a car length. McClintock just about clearing Sibla for second, but now Bob Sibla Jr. fights back. Archer has gone to the bottom lane. He clips Mowry and turns him around. Walker restarting 5th. Archer restarts 6th. Still 7 laps from the finish. To the stripe in 4. Here we go. Coming. Caution flag out again. The 29 car of Mowry starting early down in 3 and 4. McClintock and Siblet to the stripe in 4. Underway for the restart. Down to the corner we go. McClintock the advantage. Siblet up the banking in the Ertl 82 car. And McClintock having the edge through 3 and 4. Completing lap number 2 at the line. 6 to go. Ripley in the 00 car, running 3rd. Ripley in the 3rd spot, ready to challenge Sibla. Halfway this time, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Archer sideways in 1 and 2. Mowry was right there on his rear bumper. 3 to go for Kevin McClintock. Ripley and Sibla for second. Ripley right there waiting for Sibla to shove up a little bit off the bottom. Hasn't happened yet. Ripley all over him, looks to the inside on the front stretch. Be coming into the white flag this time. 1 to go at the line. 1 to go for Kevin McClintock, the point leader. Final lap for McClintock. Ripley still working on Sibla. McClintock to the checkered flag off of 4. He will claim the heat race win. Second goes to Sibla. 3rd to Ripley. 4th spot to Archer, finishing 5th is Mowry, and 6th spot to the 30 car. In the Glass Lumber, Broad Run Cheese House, Van Meter Auto, Davis Electric, and Blick Tool and Die. 38, your winner, Kevin McClintock. All right, Chris, I know we're going to get started with our giveaways, so get your tickets out that you received when you came into the gate. If you have your ticket number called, bring your ticket up to the scoring tower. Diana Rinnell and TLM Industries car on the number 5 of Justin Courtney, rounding it out. He's from Canton, the Finish Line Motors, Finish Line Design, Wisman Motorsports ride, and we are underway. Green flag is out, and it is the number 9 of Westerfield getting a great start, but it's Bowers fighting back in the 0-2. Mike Bowers in the 0-2 car leading the way with 2 laps down, 6 laps to go. Good effort in that second lane from Westerfield, but he loses some ground in turn number 2, and McCreary takes over second. Heads up move to get to the bottom for Westerfield. Right behind him, Meyer and Smart. Smart up the banking, checks up a little bit. Your leader, the 0-2 car of Bowers. Lee McCreary closes quickly in turn 2. And this time by it will be halfway. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go for the leader, Mike Bowers. McCreary in a 2-car breakaway with Bowers. Bowers getting off the corner better. McCreary going in deeper, doesn't get on the gas quite as early. Pretty good exit of turn 4 that time. He's there. He makes a little bit of contact in turn 2. Speaking of which, Meyer's able to get to the low side of Westerfield for the 3rd spot. Westerfield closing the door in the middle of the corner with 2 laps to go. McCreary still making some efforts. Contact with Bowers. He goes to the outside on the backstretch. Top 2 in a battle. 3rd and 4th in a battle. Good racing in our second heat race. 1 to go. Meyer up to 3rd. McCreary racing for the lead. Here comes Smart for 4th. And they're racing to the checkered. Bowers holding off McCreary so far, who tried to use the chrome horn a little bit. And Bowers the victory. McCreary second. Third spot to Meyer. Fourth spot to the 17 of Smart. Westerfield finishing fifth. Finishing sixth, the number 5 of Justin Courtney. His best part was getting into the turn, middle of the turn. And he pulls to the line, the winner. Good season so far for Massillon, Ohio driver Mike Bowers. The Tim's Custom Car Center car, third in points coming in. He's been a quiet third in points, just consistent finishes, getting him up into the top 5 in the standings, entering this mid-season championship night. 8 laps, final heat for the mods. Sean Martyr in the 25, side-by-side into the corner, up the banking, opens up the door. He lets just about everyone get by to the inside. He eventually might. Here comes Adams, here comes Gruhl. Gruhl checks up to avoid contact with the right front. Leading lap 1, Neil Rowley. Sean Martyr overdrove into the first corner on his opening start and let everyone by to the inside. 2 laps in, 6 laps to go. Leading is Rowley. Comfortable lead. Rowley, who has had a few good finishes this season in the modified division, has closed on a couple of top 5s, just been a little bit short. Rowley pulling away from Usage, Adams, Anders, Gruhl, and Martyr. Coming to halfway this time, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go for Neil Rowley in the 16. Two to go this time by for the 16 of Neil Rowley. Final 2 laps for Rowley. 6 laps down. (16) of Rowley going under his time. The new leader is the number 11 of Joe Usage. 16 of Rowley has broken out of his qualifying time. New leader is Joe Usage, and he's the winner. Usage claims the victory. The 1 car of Jesse Adams is second. Third spot going to the 18 of Josh Anders. Fourth position to the 99 of Derek Gruhl by 0.15 of a second or more. And he breaks out of his qualifying time, so Neil Rowley getting a speeding ticket for going too fast after qualifying, and gives the win, the lead, to Joe Usage. Let's give him a nice round of applause. The Canton driver. The graphics by Dave, H&H Napa, Joe's Auto Service, and Ida's Cafe, number 11. He's point runner-up. He's also garnered 3 feature wins. The DeVille Apartments, J&B Feed and Supply car. Rick Elkins Jr., the new top qualifier tonight, and the new track record. Elkins in the 62 setting a track record, and Teddy Oliver, he's behind the wheel of the 49. Joe Oliver qualified. Teddy getting behind the wheel for the heat race event. Your leader is Austin Harvey in the 112 car. Martin running second. Third spot, the 82 car of Boron. Mike Martin in the number 2 spot, looking low. Teddy Oliver is on the move in the 49. Oliver started last in this race, and he is making his way to the front. Oliver now challenges Martin for the 2nd spot. Boron and Oliver still side by side. Top qualifier, new track record holder Rick Elkins Jr. running the high lane as well. Halfway this time, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Oliver into the wall, clips it with the right rear. No harm done. He'll try to stay up to speed. He just got a little bit sideways coming off of 4. Clipped the outside retaining wall as the rookie teenage driver. Austin Harvey, 16 years of age, leads the way. Harvey leading, battle for the number 2 spot. Three wide now. Oliver moves up into third, clears Boron. He'll go again to the outside lane where he was not too many laps ago, challenging Mike Martin again. Boron back to the inside. White flag, final lap for Austin Harvey. This was Harvey's best qualifying night, and he's got a chance to pick up a fast heat win if he can hold off this very, very stout field of pure stock drivers. Coming off of 4 to the checkered flag. He goes a little bit high, but he brings it to the checkered, and Harvey claims the win. Martin second, Oliver third. 4th spot goes to the 82 car of Boron. Then across the line coming Elkins and Schweitzer. Canal Fulton Tire, Baker Performance, American Thunder car. Rookie in the division, 5th in points coming in. Let's hear it for Barberton's Austin Harvey.
Okay, last call for red ticket. 760-134. Red ticket 134, last call. And last call for green ticket 428-129. 962-500 and 962-076. 076.
Miller from New Cumberland starts 5th. The 13 of Bill Shimko starts 6th. And Bob Passwaters Jr. starts 7th. And the green is out. Into the first corner, close up front, and around goes Anders. Everyone able to make it by. Good evasive move from Hoopengarner. And the green is out. And they make it through turns 1 and 2 a little bit better this time. And we go down into the corner, and we're going to have a caution for debris in turn number 4. Compact Heat 1 coming up next, and the green is out. Into the corner we go. Lewis into the corner hard. He's going to go into the lead. Anders drops to second. Here comes the 68 car of Hoopengarner. Look out down in the corner. All kinds of sideways. 18 of Anders. 5 of Martin. Here comes the 13 of Shimko up into the number 4 spot. Hoopengarner in the second groove. That's where Lewis runs. We might try to go through 3 wide. No, we don't. Hoopengarner checks up. Here comes the 77 of Todd Miller into the race lead in turn 4. 2 and 6 to go. Hoopengarner for the number 2 spot. He goes into the second position. 13 of Shimko trying that third lane. His try is over. He's tested it. It didn't work. He's going to drop back down. No, he's going to go out there again. He says first time didn't work, second time might. And it's not working still. And gets a couple tire marks on the chrome. He checks up coming off of turn number 2. Drops back into the number 5 position. Leading the way is Miller, hugging the bottom. 68 car of Hoopengarner running second. Third is Vince Martin. We have completed the first 4 of our scheduled 8 laps. 4 in, 4 to go. Todd Miller, your leader. Todd Miller with a 5-car length advantage on the number 68 of Gary Hoopengarner. Miller leading, Hoopengarner running second, Martin running third, and Shimko running fourth in the white cloth in the hand of Terry Coletti. 1 to go. Hoopengarner nearly spends it down in 1 and 2. That costs him a couple more car lengths. And the New Cumberland driver, the veteran behind the wheel, he's picked up a feature win on opening night this season. Todd Miller, the win in the heat. Second to Hoopengarner, third to Martin, 4th place to Shimko. 5th spot to the 74 of Passwaters, and 6th to the 18 of Anders. The Barnhill Investment Storage, Wilkin Body Shop, Talati Pipe, Summerdale Inn, Linden Tree, Bucky Mowing Car from New Cumberland. Put your hands together for veteran driver Todd Miller. Miller also thanking again Moonshine Daddy tonight. Sits up in turn 4. He helped him out with a couple of tires. Green flag, turn 4. It is fast heat race time for the compact division. Clayton Oliver, the leader, battles down in turns 3 and 4 with the 31 car of Kyle Grove. Grove leading at the line by just a couple of inches. Grove, who a couple of seasons ago picked up a compact championship, garnering a lot of feature wins, is trying to claim a heat race win tonight. Won a feature a couple of weeks ago. Grove very close with Oliver at the line that time at the stripe. And a bit of photo finish on the transponders. 1/1000th of a second the difference. Joe Oliver in the 4, the top qualifier, ready for a challenge of 3rd and 4th place. Oliver giving up the lead to Grove again, who's making it happen in that second lane. And this time you'll see the rolled up cross flag signifying halfway. 4 laps in, 4 to go for Kyle Grove and Clayton Oliver. 3rd and 4th place cars of Wes Ennis and Braden Swaney. Joe Oliver running in the number 5 spot. The 37 of John McNutt is 6, and the 8 car of Jeffrey Orr is in the number 7 spot. 3 to go for a great side-by-side battle. Grove and Oliver. The battle continues. Joe Oliver, top qualifier, the 4, just cannot find an opening for 3rd. A little less than 2 laps to go. Grove bobbles a bit in turn 2. Here comes Oliver fighting back to the inside. 6 cars racing for the lead up front. White flag, 1 to go this time for Clayton Oliver and Kyle Grove. John McNutt thinking about going 3 wide in the outside lane. The inside comes open for Wes Ennis. Here comes Joe Oliver, who will make it out of turn 4. We've got 3 wide for 3rd. Coming to the checkered. Who's going to win it? Oliver way up the track. Grove in the outside lane, and Grove victory. Let's have a nice round of applause for the winner by inches on the front straightaway, Kyle Grove. The affordable towing, Greg's recovery car, did a great job in that second lane. We are going to do some spectator drags before the bicycle giveaway. So last call for sign up for spectator drag. Brad McLean starts 5th. The 41 is Tim Frederick, and the 57 is Mike Swaney. Heat number 2 for the compacts, and the green is out. 32 of Bruce Gibson inching forward. 99 car on the inside lane. Ryan Schreffler, again, different car for him this week. So far, so good. Schreffler half car length advantage going into the 3rd corner. Schreffler up the track, goes into the 2nd lane. Gibson gets some contact from Clark from behind. That opens the door for Finlayson to the 15. He and Clark. He opens the door on the bottom. Everyone washing up middle of the corners. Finlayson caught in the middle, still in the middle, down into turn 3. Swaney checks up at the 57. Now Schreffler down the banking. There is the 32 of Gibson already looking to the low side. 99 as Schreffler was coming down the track. 32 of Gibson just going underneath him into that 4th corner. Contact made. They continue on. Here's the 69 of Clark racing in the 3rd spot. 50 car. McLean is there. Good qualifying run tonight for McLean. 4 laps will be complete at the line this next time around. It will be 4 to go for Ryan Schreffler. Gibson to the inside. Schreffler as well as Gibson. Schreffler sideways. Gibson is there. He's looking low. He gets up alongside of him. Schreffler opens the door, and Gibson going for the lead. Veteran compact driver Bruce Gibson, after a long hiatus, back racing with us a few weeks ago, takes over the lead. 2 to go. And some contact between Swaney and Schreffler down in the corner. Brad McLean in the number 50, taking the advantage down the front stretch. Bruce Gibson on the inside, rubs a little paint, rubs a little more paint, puts some green on the primer car. A little more paint on, most paint it's had on it all season. For the number 2 spot, Mike Swaney has moved there, and he might be going for the lead coming off of turn 2. He's going to try to set him up off of that second turn. Bruce Gibson a little bit sideways. Mike Swaney to the inside, down the backstretch. Gibson just enough power. He exits that battle. As we come to the checkered, Swaney to the inside again, racing to the stripe. Gibson the win. Swaney second, 3rd spot to Frederick, 4th spot to Clark, and finishing 5th, the number 50 of Brad McLean.
971, 719, and 720. 719 and 720 orange tickets. Also green tickets. Green tickets 115 and 138. 115 and 138.
For the green, Lainey Stresky, one of the lady competitors in our division. She's on the inside of Justin Riniker, and the green is out. Stresky takes a slight advantage into the first and second turn. Here's Blaine Salisbury moving up from the stock compact, the fun pack division this season, into the compact class, racing for the lead. Bill Jane in the 59. He hasn't been with us for a few weeks. He's trying to make his way to the front, but right now is boxed in. Blaine Salisbury inside of the 175 of Justin Riniker. Stresky, Salisbury, Riniker, Jane, and Kopp, the top 5. Lap number 3 complete for Stresky. Riniker and Salisbury get together. They keep the green out. We're halfway. Five in, 3 to go for Stresky in the 17. Bill Jane dive bombs into the corner. He tried to get on the brakes. He couldn't quite do it soon enough. Both drivers getting their cars moving again. Jane going off the banking. And yellow will come out. Jane drove into the corner, locked up his brakes, tried to avoid hitting the 158, still got into him. 175 of Riniker, 59 of Jane. Here we go. Stresky on the inside and Salisbury on the outside. 59 of Jane spun, but he keeps going. Stresky, good power down the straightaway. Salisbury fighting back through the corners. Stresky, some contact with Salisbury. 1 to go, final lap. Stresky leads this one. Who will lead the most important one? Battle for the lead and win. Here comes Salisbury to the inside of Stresky. Not quite up to the door yet. No, she's going to be able to close the door. Down in the corner, opens it up again. Salisbury some contact, racing to the checkered. Stresky the win. Salisbury second, third spot to Moore, fourth spot to the 158 of Kopp, finishing in the fifth position, the 175 of Renneker, and sixth is Bill Jane in the 59. Driving the 17 car, the TNT Television Senior Poncho sponsored ride, calls Louisville home. Let's hear it for Laney Stresky.
Okay, how about some green tickets? Green ticket 215, green ticket 060, green ticket 130, white ticket 708, 718, white tickets 708, 718, and red tickets 149 and 094. Red ticket 094 and 149. Once again, the white tickets were 718 and 708.
'13 Compact, actually driven by Logan Colmar, one of our drivers we've seen in the mini truck division this season. Leading the way, the 83 of Gary Gibson. Oh, some contact between Logan Colmar and Bob Schneider Jr. Way too much smoke coming out of the 83 of Gibson. Black flag for Gibson as it has tons of smoke coming out of it. Schneider leads the way in the 157. Schneider in the 157. Look out. Trouble down in turn 4. Yellow flag is out as we've got the 34 car of Jamie Beatty and the 13 car of Logan Colmar. 157 of Schneider has broken out of his qualifying time, so he will go pit side. Dale Beatty's car, his dad's tonight. Green flag is out, and they're underway. Into the lead, Schneider in the 157. Chase Beatty running the 97 in the second lane. Running in the third spot is Jason Yone. We are halfway, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. .157 in the 97 of Chase Beatty coming to green, turn 4, back underway. Beatty on the outside of Schneider down through turns 1 and 2. Schneider leading the way to the completion of lap number 6. Check that, 5 laps in at the line, 5 complete. 5 in, now to be 6 laps in this next time of the line. 2 laps to go. Schneider has gone under his qualifying time again, so he will receive the black flag. 97 of Beatty now the leader, and I believe this is his first career race at Midvale Speedway. Chase Beatty the leader in the 97 car. Your winner, Chase Beatty. Number 7 car of Zach Koger finishes second, finishing third, the 13 of Logan Colmar, and finishing fourth, the 34 of Jamie Beatty. Your winner in the 97 car, Chase Beatty. First ever start, young kid from New Philadelphia, the Beatty Racing, Bucky Mowing, number 97, claiming the win tonight.
Okay, red tickets. Get out your red tickets. The last 4 red tickets that we're going to call. 150, 176, 132, and 115. 115, 132.
Clint Tucker driving the number 49 truck, the 32 of Keith Anderson. Here we've got him 3 wide at the start. Look out. Down the front stretch we go as Clint Tucker couldn't quite get up to speed, and the green flag waved, and into the lead goes Vince Martin in the number 5 truck. Keith Anderson second, Jason Wright is third, Doug Decker the top qualifier fourth, Kyler Bertram fifth, 6th spot the 22 of Dennis Wood, and rounding it out the 49 of Clint Tucker. Got a battle brewing up front. Those first 5 trucks basically in the rundown for the win. And here comes Decker, top qualifier, up into the number 2 position. Decker up to second, right back to third. Bertram running fourth. And Bertram for the 3rd position now. Halfway this time, 4 laps in, 4 to go, as Clint Tucker takes the Oliver truck pit side, and Vince Martin still leads the way. Much better field of trucks here tonight. For the race lead, Doug Decker, the top qualifier, to the outside of Vince Martin. 2 to go for Martin, Decker, and Bertram. And Bertram sees an opening. He gets to the inside of Martin. They make a little bit of contact, and around goes Martin in the number 5. Here comes Martin. Here comes Decker to the line. The green is out. They're racing down the front stretch. Decker pulling forward, the top qualifier. Here's Martin fighting back on the inside lane. Side by side into the corner. Martin slides up the track. This might open the door for Bertram, who was at the back moments ago. He gets hit from behind. Caution flag coming out. Yellow flag out as Bertram gets spun. Coming to green off of turn 4. Vince Martin, Doug Decker, bring him in. We're underway. Vince Martin pulling forward, but here comes Decker. Plenty of power, middle of the backstretch. Doug Decker in the 64, racing with Martin. If they open up that bottom again, Bertram's going to try to fill it. 1 to go. Final lap for Martin, Decker, and Bertram. That Bertram truck is for sale. Oh, Martin dirt tracking it down through the corner, way sideways, but he hangs on to it, kept the lead momentarily, gets a little help going into the turn from Bertram, pushes him forward, might push him into the lead and the win, and it does. Vince Martin the victory. 2nd spot to Decker, 3rd spot to Bertram, 4th position to Anderson, the 22 of Wood, and the 45 of Wright. Let's have a nice round of applause for your winner, the number 5 of Vince Martin. First night for this truck since early this season after a crash. Papa P's Auto Detailing, Shelby Sweets and Treats truck. Chris Paul, and look out, around goes Frederick in the 151. Frederick sliding down towards the infield grass, but coming to a stop, and that's going to bring out the yellow caution flag. Caution flag is out, yellow for the 151. Green flag is out. Chris Paul, look at the move by Hartline. 3 wide on the backstretch. Hartline going for the lead. Hartline into the number 1 spot. Second spot, the 26 of Paul. Third is Bartholow. Battle for fourth. Now third. Here comes Frederick in the 151. Your leaders, Hartline, filling in for Bucky tonight. Four complete. We are past now the halfway mark of the race. 5 in and 3 to go. Heads up in the grandstands. There will be some hats tossed into the grandstands from behind on the front straightaway. Giveaways continue tonight here at Midvale Speedway. All of our drawings done except the bicycle drawing coming up at intermission. We've got the 50 of Hartline leading, 2 to go. Coming to the white flag, 1 lap to go for the number 50 of Hartline. Hartline, an impressive run tonight, his first ever Fun Pack start. As he leads the field into 3, he goes to turn number 4 and going to bring to the checkered flag for the Dan Bucky ride. Hartline the win. Second spot, good run for Bartholow. Third is Frederick. Fourth spot is Brian. Fifth spot is Paul. And sixth place is Walker.
The last few things here that we have to give away. Matt and JT are going to pass those last couple things out. Once again want to thank.
And 14 of Robinson, and it looks like one of them pulling off. It is the 57 of Fuchs. Green is out. So they will race for starting position, but these 4 drivers will make the show. We had 3 drivers not making the show tonight. Ritter leading the way. Sanquist and Robinson going for second. William Robinson in the 14 has moved into second. Taking third is the Animal Bob Eichel as they race for starting position in the feature. Again, these 4 drivers locked in because we had a few drivers not making the call for the start of the last chance race. And Ritter is laying them down right now, pulling away from the field. Your leader, this 28 car of Jonathan Ritter, turning laps now in the 14.5s as he continues to work on the setup of that ride, trying to get it better here at the midpoint of the season. He comes to the white flag this time, 1 lap to go for Ritter. Sanquist goes for third on the inside of Robinson. To the checkered flag, Ritter wins. Racing for the number 2 position off the corner. Eichel will take the spot. 3rd spot to Robinson. 4th place to John Sanquist.
Yeah, he says he's okay.
There you go. Got it? Any way you can.
You all right, bud? Ready? Put your arms up. You got to put your arms up again. I'm fine.
Little dazed and confused, but he's okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Ain't nothing couple Budweiser ain't gonna fix.
I seen a couple down there on the ground.
Yeah, you see that?
They're out the truck.
Oh, just get my baby back on all fours. We're going
That's what we're doing.
That's a long drop. No days, but I'm all right.
Wait for them to move. Trouble.
No, I'm fine, dude. I can just race off fine.
Never took my truck over.
Okay. Hey, watch your guys.
Hey, that's a first, man. It's that deep right there. That's what caught it. Is it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's about that deep.
Woo! Yeah, a couple little dents in the top. The wedge is a little shorter.
Oh, well. Hey,
Yeah, man.
never learn.
Stand down.
Found up all my good CDs. It's on.
Great field of pure stocks on hand tonight. Ready to go green off of turn number 4 this time around. Hoopengarner and Martin.
A lot of fast cars back in the field, Adam. We'll have to see what's going to happen. This should be a very interesting feature.
Coming to green. It's Hoopengarner and Martin underway. Hoopengarner in the 68, Martin in the 5. Team cars up front. Look at Shimko trying to thread the needle. He's with Miller on the low side, Martin on the outside. They're going to run out of room. They're going to come to the 1 lap in and 19 to go. Oh, Miller and Shimko get together. Cars stacking up behind them. Everybody keeps on rolling. Still underway. The green flag is still out. They'll complete lap 2 this time. 18 to go. Hoopengarner and Martin, followed by Shimko and Miller. Martin at the line by a centimeter. Martin now by half a car length down the backstretch. Hoopengarner in second, Shimko in third. The field closing in on the lead duo. This is going to get interesting. Still a lot of 2 wide, almost 3 wide racing. Elkins finds an opening. Oh, he checks up, and that nearly collects the 82 car of Boron. Great side-by-side entertainment in our Midvale Speedway Pure Stock feature tonight. 20 laps the distance. Martin, the leader. Vince Martin leading. Hoopengarner second. Not anymore. Nick Harmon has moved up into the spot. We've got Lewis around in the 39, bringing us out of caution for Brian Lewis. I am digging into some South Philly pizza out of the concession stand, and I've had some earlier this season, and it was all right. The veteran on the outside of Vince Martin coming to green off of 4, 3 in, 17 laps to go. It is Vince Martin pulling ahead. Bill Shimko moving into second. Hoopengarner sliding back in the outside lane. This is the point where you want to try to get to the bottom if you can. Elkins did that. Back 3 wide is Oliver and Boron. They get together. Tangle. Around goes Oliver in the 49. Oliver with a flat right rear tire. Try it again for the midseason championship hardware tonight in the double points at Midvale Speedway. Shimko and Harmon in row 2. Miller and Harvey in row 3, and Schweitzer and Elkins in row 4. Here we go. There's Teddy Oliver rejoining the field. And there goes Shimko down into the infield. Shimko in the 13 pulls off into the infield. We got a caution. Yellow flag for the 13 of Shimko as he pulls down into the infield. Yeah, something going wrong on the 13 of Shimko, so that's why he slowed. 3 laps in, 17 to go. Here comes Martin and Hoopengarner to the green. Vince Martin into the lead again. Here comes Harmon. He's up to third. Hoopengarner is going to be able to close the door on him, and that opens the outside lane for Todd Miller. So watch Miller with those 2 new tires, as well as Martin in the 6, and Abil in the 31 trying to come to the front. This could be a big break for the drivers in the outside lane. Right now, Schweitzer, the point leader. And Elkins, the top qualifier, caught up on the bottom. Not anymore. Harmon, the run to the inside of Hoopengarner. That is bad news for Todd Miller, Mike Martin, and Bill Abil. Miller falls back a spot or 2. He's caught on the outside of 3 wide, going down into the corner. Abil squeezes through. Leading is Vince Martin. On the move is top qualifier and track record holder Rick Elkins Jr. in the 62 car. Elkins for third with Schweitzer, the point leader, high side. Martin nearly spins while leading. And Anders in the 18 car has looped it around in corner number 4 and comes to a stop, and yellow flag is out. Yellow flag for the 18 of Anders, spinning on his own in turn number 4, bringing out the yellow with 6 laps in. 14 to go, green flag turn 4 for the 5 of Vince Martin and the 9 of Nick Harmon. Solid field of pure stocks tonight, and we have 14 laps left. Good restart. And right now, Harmon has the advantage. Martin on the bottom, giving up a little bit of ground, coming off of 2, and Harmon goes into the lead. He closes the door on Martin heading to 3. That does open the outside lane for Elkins. Elkins sideways, coming off of 4. Schweitzer might be able to get underneath Martin. He's going to. So that changes things up a little bit as Elkins is boxed in. Schweitzer to second. Elkins has to go back to the low lane as Martin's caught in the second groove. And it's going to be like a Talladega or Daytona freight train with a field of cars going by to the inside. It will be 9 laps in at the line this time. 11 to go, and Schweitzer just about looped it. Coming off at 2 as Elkins was right on the rear bumper. Leading is Harmon. 11 laps to go. Halfway. We are 10 laps in. 10 laps to go for Harmon leading this one. Get down into maybe some drying agent. There goes Elkins into the infield. 62 of Elkins pulls down onto the small oval. Does he have problems? He just might. Saw the same thing happen to the 13 car. Looks like Elkins pulling off into the infield. Bad break for Elkins. Now it's down to Harmon and Schweitzer up front. Schweitzer's a little bit quicker. Harmon really looking for his first feature win at Midvale Speedway. For the number 3 position, Mike Martin inside. Outside is Don Boron. And Teddy Oliver recovering nicely from changing of a tire. He's up to 5th. Oliver up to 5th. Boron fighting for 3rd with Martin. Good run between those two drivers. 5 laps to go, 15 in, 5 to go for Harmon. Sideways is Harmon. Schweitzer is there. He looks to the outside. Battle for the number 1 spot down in 1 and 2. Harmon on the inside, Schweitzer on the outside lane. For the race lead down into turn 3. 4 laps to go, 16 at the line. Harmon's going to hold him off for the time being. Martin just about loops it on the front stretch. Still sideways down into the corner for the number 6. Abil with some smoke coming out of his car. Miller with smoke coming out of his. Harmon leading, Schweitzer 2nd, 3rd is Boron, 4th place is and yellow out. Schweitzer on the outside of Harmon, coming to green in turn number 4, 4 laps from the finish. Harmon has been fast all season long, even with this second car that he's had on the track this year. The green is out. Schweitzer, a good restart. Gets the momentum down the straightaway into the corner. Rich Schweitzer not clearing him quite yet. Now he does. He's into the lead. Teddy Oliver for the number 3 spot. Pulls up inside of Boron. Look out. Oliver sideways. He locks it down and stops on the bottom of the track. So now we have 4 laps to go yet in the event. The racetrack said that he rode when he was a youngster in the old Chevelle. You remember who that would be with, Chris? They have another tire over there ready for it?
Yeah, but I believe he exited the race car, am I right?
Green flag in turn number 4 for Harmon and Schweitzer. We are back underway. Side by side off the corner. It's a much better restart for Nick Harmon in the number 9. Schweitzer still running well in the outside lane. 3 to go. Schweitzer giving Harmon plenty of room, almost too much. Schweitzer leads at the line with 17 laps now in. Harmon pulling forward. Schweitzer checks up. He's going to try to get to the bottom. He will on the backstretch. Battle for the number 3 spot. Boron, look out. Harmon sideways. Harmon sideways with 2 laps to go. He doesn't want to make that mistake again or Schweitzer's going to pounce on him. Lap and a half to go now. White flag coming up. Harmon looking for that career feature number 1. Oh, bringing it off again a little bit free in turn 4. Final lap for Nick Harmon. Into turn 2, the Maslin driver down the backstretch. 1 car length advantage. Boron and Martin still battle for 3rd. Schweitzer closes. Harmon coming off of 4 to the double checkered. His first career Midvale Speedway feature victory. Harmon followed by Schweitzer, Boron, Martin, and Abil in the top 5 tonight. The first of several features complete. bit of a burnout for Harmon in the number 9. Big smile on his face with his first career feature victory. Gonna take his victory lap yet, as he'll pull away from the finish line, the downtown Ford victory lane here at Midvale Speedway. Coming up next, our Summit Racing Equipment Economy Modifieds. The AMSOIL Racing, Accurate Heating and Cooling, Joe's Auto Repair sponsored number 9 into victory lane. First time in his career, very excited as he gets ready to climb out. And a big crowd on hand tonight, and a lot of them coming down to congratulate your winner. Let's hear it for Nick Harmon. Nick, congratulations. First feature win, first time in downtown Ford victory lane in a feature. It's pretty exciting, isn't it?
Very exciting. I've been trying to do this for a season and a half now, so.
That's not bad. A lot of drivers, we've had a driver earlier this season in a modified go 18 years before his first career feature win.
Yeah, Bill Westlake, he's a good guy.
He's a real good guy. Not racing here tonight, had other commitments obviously, but Nick, this year, a big difference between how the car ran a year ago and this year. Tell us why.
I got to thank Teddy Oliver. He helped me a lot and taught me a lot of stuff, and I just learned a lot over the past season and a half.
This is your second car of the year. It runs just about as well as the first one.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite as pretty.
Nah, not near as pretty, but we'll work on that this winter.
Anybody else you want to thank?
It's endless, but everybody that helped me on the car, they know who they are, and Gabe Pringle especially. He's the one that took care of me and got me the car.
There you go. Let's hear it for the winner. First career feature victory for Nick Harmon.
Caught up with second place finisher Rich Schweitzer, and Rich didn't want to see that caution after that great restart.
No, the caution bit me this time. Nick did a good job racing. We'll take second. That was a good race.
Good points day for you too. Double points, and you finished ahead of who you needed to.
Good points, and it's in one piece. We'll be back next week.
All right, that's Rich Schweitzer, your second place finisher. I'm going to hop over and get a quick word with some of your modified competitors getting ready to head your way. Jesse Adams starting on the pole. It's been a rough year. Can you turn it around?
I really hope so. Just got to keep this thing clean and hopefully keep it out front and keep these guys that are a lot hungrier and racing for points and stuff behind us, and hopefully they keep it going straight and we can go 25 green flag laps. That'd be our ideal night.
All right, that's Jesse Adams. Good luck to Jesse and Miss Pinky. Mike Bowers. Mike sitting up good in points, starting on the outside of the front row. What do you got for him tonight?
Well, unfortunately, the car's not too good tonight. Just going to try and hang on to what we can do.
Okay, that's Mike Bowers. Tim Westerfield Jr., you got anything for him, bud? You've had some good runs this season. You got anything for him tonight?
I don't know. Let's hope so. Still trying to figure the car out, so we'll see what happens.
That's Tim Westerfield Jr. We've had a different feature winner every night of the 8 nights. And we've got the first 4 starters have not picked up a feature win this season. So there's a chance for another first-time winner tonight. Or will we see a repeat winner for the first time this season? 25 laps the distance. Green flag out. Turn number 4. Here we go. Through turns 1 and 2 cleanly, it is Jesse Adams, the race leader, by inches over the 0-2 car of Jesse
the 02 car of Mike Bowers. Up the banking goes Adams. Contact from McCreary to the 02 car of Bowers. That was a very scary moment on the front stretch. Bowers is going to get to the bottom, close the door on Westerfield. We've got 3 cars up front, single file, back to double file racing. Now it's 4 cars single file with the 2 of McCreary getting to the inside lane as well. Bumper to bumper, nose to tail in this modified feature event here at Midvale Speedway, racing on a Saturday night. Each week the modifieds competing here at the racetrack, and another great field of close to 20 on hand tonight. Leading the way, Jesse Adams. Trouble coming off of 2. Sibla, hard hit to the right rear of Sibla's car. Down into the infield goes Randy Smart. McClintock in the 38 car. The 99 of Derek Gruhl up into the outside retaining wall. Randy Smart in the 17 was sideways coming off of turn number 2. So carnage coming off of turn number 2.
Also, your point leader, Kevin McClintock, in the infield with damage to the right front of his machine as well. .22 laps to go in this modified feature event. Leading the standings by 35 over Todd Ripley. Double points night, not what McClintock needed. He was a bystander, just got caught up in it. Somebody in front of him coming across his nose, couldn't avoid it. And Ripley was running about the same area as McClintock, so very well could have been in the same, obviously the same spot on the track and couldn't get through. So a bad break for Todd Ripley, runner-up in the points coming in, got caught up as you heard there, Todd Ripley broke a spindle. Green flag, turn number 4, here we go. Adams and Bowers up front, look out. Bowers almost closed the door a little bit too early. He's going to be able to clear Adams now on the front straightaway. Bowers out front, Adams drops back to second. Now McCreary on the outside lane. McCreary in the second groove. Leading the way is Bowers, second is McCreary, third is Adams, fourth is Westerfield. Westerfield for the number 3 spot on the outside of Adams. See Doug Meyer waiting for an opening, so is Preston Walker and Scott Archer.
Mike Bowers comfortably leading, but McCreary is closing just as he did in the heat race earlier. McCreary gave him a great challenge in the heat. Bowers leading the way. McCreary is second. Third is Westerfield. Fourth, the one car of Adams. Halfway this time. It is 13 laps in, 12 laps to go. Steve Mowry in the 29, he's working forward. He's been able to get by Preston Walker. Mowry had to start at the back of this race. Running a good feature right now, though. First modified start at Midvale. Maybe his first modified start anywhere. Just got the car from Rosenberry. Bowers is leading the way. Second place is McCreary. Third is Westerfield. Fourth is Adams. And fifth is Justin Courtney. 10 to go. Jeremy Sloan in the 77 heading to the pits. Single file formation, waiting for a driver to step out of line. McCreary stepped out of line, but not on purpose. The car shoved up a little bit coming off of 2. Just about opened the bottom up for the 9 of Westerfield. Bowers a little bit better on exit of the corner. On entry, a little bit better is... Oh, and around goes McCreary. McCreary in the number 2 has looped it. McCreary was running in the second spot, spun it on his own coming off of turn number 4. He was trying to close again on the 0-2 of Bowers and just looped it.
And now you got Doug Meyer behind the pit wall as well. He is going back to his hauler. So Doug Meyer out in the 31 machine.
17 in, 8 laps to go. Bowers in the 0-2. Westerfield in the 9. We've got some drivers running pretty close to breaking out as well in the top 5. Here we go for the restart. And Westerfield closes the door on Bowers and takes the lead in turn 2. Westerfield, a couple of good top 5 runs, now is the leader. Westerfield out front. Here comes Preston Walker to the inside of Justin Courtney for a spot, heading to turn 3. That's for 6th position. Courtney shoving up the track, and Courtney's going to head to the pits. Five laps to go. 20 in, 5 laps to go for the number 9 of Westerfield. Westerfield leading the way. Second is Bowers. Third is Adams. Trouble over in turn number 2, the 28 of Scott Archer, the 29 of Steve Mowry. 22 complete, 3 laps to go in our modified feature. '16 of Neil Rowley. Rowley has stayed out of trouble in this race. He's picked up some good runs, nearly top 5s in features this year. He's restarting 5th right now. Westerfield and Bowers. Adams and Walker, here we go. Westerfield got Bowers, closed the door on him in the last restart in turn 2. Will Bowers do the same? We're underway. Good restart for Walker, good start for Bowers, but it's going to be Westerfield leading the field off the corner. Walker drops to the bottom. Walker looking to go 3 wide. Gets up into the inside of Westerfield. Some slight contact. Walker again to the bottom. Trying to get to the front. Around goes Martyr in the 25, and yellow is out. Caution flag is out. It's going to set up another restart. This time the spin by the 25 of Martyr, bringing out the yellow. 3 to go. Restart this time. Who's going to win this modified feature? Westerfield and Bowers to the line. It's a good restart. They're underway. Westerfield on the inside. Now Bowers checks up in the 0-2 car. He'll drop to the bottom. This opens the outside lane for Walker. Will he go out there to use it? Westerfield to the line. 2 to go. Final 2 laps. Bowers with a tire rub on the 0-2 car. Westerfield leading, white flag. 1 more lap to go. Walker challenging Bowers for second. He's going to run out of time though. And to the checkered we race. Westerfield, career victory number 1 in the modifieds. Bowers in second, third is Walker, fourth is Adams, and fifth the 16 of Neil Rowley. A few surprises up in our top 5, but a good race by those drivers as some of our weekly front runners got caught up in a crash early on tonight. First career modified feature victory. Used an outside lane restart. Took the real estate from Bowers. Went out front. And he brings it into the downtown Ford victory lane. The snap-on. Baker Race Cars. Ohio Radon Systems. Number 9. Claiming a win tonight. His first season, his rookie season in the modified division. Used to race with us in the compacts. Drove a 28 car. He found victory lane in the compacts a number of years ago. Raced at Barberton and Lorraine for a couple of years in some street stock type divisions. Back with us in the modifieds this year. Let's hear it for Tim Westerfield Jr. Tim, congratulations, your first modified feature win. You won in a compact a few years ago, and I'm sure that meant something to you. You've run some street stocks the last couple of years at Barberton and Lorraine, but this modified win has to mean the most.
Oh yeah, definitely. After fighting the car all season and all the help we've had, and it's just big relief and means more than any other feature I've had.
And with that field of modified competitors, some of them got caught up in the crash, but you've been a top 5 car a number of times this season, just missing feature wins. Tonight, you weren't going to let that happen.
No, I was doing everything I could, hoping that I wasn't sure who was behind me, but I knew they were close, hoping I could hold them off. So I'm just glad I was able to.
Probably don't have anybody to thank, right?
My family, my wife, my kids, my sponsors, Baker Performance, Ohio Radon Systems, Dad, GEL Logistics, Wagner Fabrication, and that's about it.
You got it. Your winner, Tim Westerfield Jr.
First, we'll get a word with third place finisher Preston Walker. And Preston, man, you didn't want to see that last caution come out after that awesome move to get you up to that second spot. Just caution fell at the wrong time for you.
Yeah, I thought that it would fall differently. I didn't think it was going to be like that. They put the car back in front of us again, and which I didn't think it was supposed to be there. But hey, that's they got the transponders for a reason. But yeah, we tried. We'll come back next week and try her again.
Good third place run tonight. Anybody you want to thank tonight on this 30 machine?
The car wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for my dad and Doug and Terry Myers. They helped us put this whole thing together. Mike Green helped with it and everything. And I got to thank Bob's Auto Sales for being a sponsor on here. I got to thank Rick, too, for helping on the race car. I got to thank Denny and Kim Tittle. They were all real there. And my dad, I got to thank him most of all. He puts all the time and effort in the garage with me. And when I'm not at school, he's still in the garage.
Off of the corner, here we go. Which fast car will be able to get to the front first? These are all fast feature cars, but there are some back in the field, including Joe Oliver and John McNutt, who are going 4 wide, making a sandwich of the cars down the back stretch into the corner. McNutt made it happen in the 3rd or 4th groove, and he's going to try it again down the front stretch. John McNutt making headway in that outside lane. That's the former Cliff Cox car. They've taken it to dirt. They won features on dirt, and we're going to go 4 wide again momentarily. Now we're 3 wide through turns 3 and 4. Leading the way is Ryan Schreffler. Alan Clark and Bruce Gibson battle for second, and now we've got them 2 and 3 wide for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Here's Kyle Grove threading the needle in the 31 car. Grove through the middle. Clayton Oliver right there in the 19. Behind him, got him beating and banging a little bit now, is Joe Oliver in the number 4 car. Gets through. A middle lane coming forward. Alan Clark. Alan Clark into the lead in the 69. Clark leading, now 3 wide. Here comes Grove again, the 31 of Kyle Grove. Making his way out front. He's in second. 1 more to go for Grove, looking for his 2nd feature win in a row. I think he won the last time we raced, which seems like forever ago. Grove for the number 1 spot outside of Alan Clark. Grove in the 31 outside of Clark, and Grove is the leader. Joe Oliver and John McNutt coming forward. McNutt for 3rd. Oliver right there with him in the 5th spot. Oh, they're going to beat and bang on the front stretch. They rub a little bit of paint. They're going to go 3 wide down into the corner. 32 of Gibson on the inside groove. McNutt will go to the bottom now. McNutt's going to try to return the favor to Oliver and try to get back by him. Meanwhile, comfortable with his lead is Kyle Grove. It will be halfway next time around. It'll be 8 laps in and 7 to go. I also see Jeffrey Orr making some moves through the field. The 8 car starting at the back after not being able to qualify with mechanical issues. And Jeffrey Orr, new paint job, has been able to put 5 or 6 cars now behind him. Leading is Grove. 2nd is Oliver. 3rd is McNutt. 4th place, and we've got yellow. Caution for Ennis in the 09. And And now it's in the third spot. Clark running fourth, Gibson running fifth. Top 3 cars, fastest on the track right now. Green flag, turn 4. And an excellent restart for the number 4 car of Joe Oliver as it shoots like a rocket off of the fourth corner. Grove in the 31 car, second, third, the 37 car of John McNutt. Five laps to go. 5 to go. John McNutt going to the outside of Kyle Grove for second. 4 to go. Braden Swaney in the 27 is also closing. Top 3 might be battling one another here soon. Oliver has gone to the bottom lane, protecting the bottom, watching the competitors behind him as he looks back behind him, coming down the front stretch. Ryan Schreffler in the 99 losing that bumper cover, heading to the pits. Second time tonight he's lost part of the bumper cover. Coming up on the white flag next time around, Joe Oliver leading the way. Oliver and McNutt, some contact, double checkered. Oliver wins. McNutt second. Third is Grove, and fourth is the 27 car of Braden Swaney. Another first-time winner this season. Been a while since he's found victory lane. Used to run with us in the pure stock division, driving the number 50. Your winner, Joe Oliver. Well, Joe, congratulations. Handshake for car owner over here. Joe, back in victory lane. How long's it been? Seems like it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I ain't never won the mid-season or season, so that's why.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's why I had to use the horn a few times. Move.
I'll tell you what, it was wild watching the cars come up through the middle.
Yeah, it was crazy, but we made it.
Some people you want to thank. I know the car owner's one of them here, right?
Yeah, Danny, 100%. Thank you and your wife for all you guys do to me, for me and stuff. Timmy, my brothers, everybody, even you over there, Denise. I hope you can hear me. But everybody else.
All right, let's hear it again for the winner, Joe Oliver.
Okay, Adam, we're going to do a quick grid rock with our late model drivers, and Rick Sibla starting on the pole. You going to keep this thing wide and up front?
I think we're going to keep her up front. We kind of got screwed around qualifying day and got a bad qualifying time. That's why we're up here, but we're going to try and make it work for us.
Sounds good. Rick Sibla starting on the pole. Bob Snyder Jr. will start alongside. Bob starting up front. You got anything for him?
I hope I do. Car's running really good. It's fast. Starting third, so hopefully bring it home in the top 3.
All right, that's Bob Snyder Jr. Alex Rosenberry. Alex starting up front. You got anything for him tonight? I see the look in your eyes. I know you do.
Oh yeah, we'll give him all we got. I mean, starting 4th behind Miller, so hopefully he'll go, and if not, we'll just hopefully pass him on the outside. I think we got a good outside car. Didn't have the qualifying run we needed, and we usually have, but I think we'll be okay for the race. Car's pretty good.
All right, that's Alex Rosenberry looking to get to the front. Tom Stankiewicz. Tom?
Green flag ready to fall. Turn number 4, Sibla and Miller bringing them in. 30 laps the distance. Late model feature on mid-season championship night. Mike Miller, a great start in the outside lane, and he goes into the lead. Alex Rosenberry to the outside of Rick Sibla. Rosenberry for the number 2 spot. Rosenberry on the outside of Sibla, down the backstretch for the number 2 position, side by side for second. Field spreading out a little bit. We got him 2 wide. Around goes Stankiewicz in the 42 on the front straightaway. Tom Stankiewicz tried to go 3 wide coming off of turn number 4, got into the side of Schneider. Bob Schneider Jr. and Doug McMillan, our top 5 for the restart. $1,000 on the line tonight for the feature winner. Miller and Sibla each looking for their first win of the season. Here we go. Into the first corner we go. Sibla with a good run in that second lane, trying to get Miller back. Just as Miller got him, boy, Schneider just about wadded it up. Brian Smith, heads up move to avoid Harvey for the lead, and now we've got trouble down in the corner. Stankiewicz in the 42, Page in the 02, Mills in the number 4. Stankiewicz up in the air on top of Page's 02, and we've got a red. Two cautions here early on in the late model feature.
Hey, Adam, I caught up with Tom Stankiewicz, and Tom, just bad break on the start. Sending you to the tail after you tried that 3 wide move, and then just no place to go?
No, it was just everything closed up on me, and I don't even know how I ended up in the air.
Yeah, you went for a wild ride.
Hey, I mean, and I hit him right in the driver's door. That was my main concern.
Yeah, he's okay, and you're okay, obviously, right?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, a little upset. I can understand. And get this thing fixed up, and we're just glad you're okay.
Well, thank you.
Tom Stankiewicz in the 42, just no place to go.
One in, 29 to go. Mike Miller and Rick Sibla locked up in a good battle up front.
I see a little bit of the first one. The second one was all behind me, so I really didn't get a good view on that.
How's your car running so far? Seems like it's working pretty good. They stuck you on the bottom, though.
Yeah, it's working pretty good. We still got a lot of racing left to do, a lot of patience here at the early stages. Car feels pretty good. I think I like the bottom lane right now. We'll see when we go back to green.
Well, stay ahead of that one car and pick up some points tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard thing to do. That car's fast this year, but I'm going to try my best.
All right, that's Bubba Smith. See if we can walk back here while they're still tending to those machines on the over in turn 3 and 4. Okay, point leader. What do you got to say? How's the car working? I know you ain't had much time to figure it out, but did you get to figure anything out the first couple laps there?
Car feels great. Can't really ask for anything better. I think I have a car that's capable of winning, but you got to see how things are going to shake out here. I mean, I got a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of great drivers in front of me. There's nobody up here that's easy to pass, so this is going to be tough.
Now, brother's got fans up there. I heard his fans running. You ain't got no fans in this thing?
Well, I got a lot of people that like me and a lot of people that hate me, so.
No, I'm not talking about fans like that cheer for you. I'm talking about like cooling fans.
Oh, okay. Mine are off because all my gauges look good, so I'm sure the battery's plenty good enough to hold up, but I keep them off just in case.
So you're just toughing it out and sweating a little bit?
Oh, we don't have any fans for it to cool us off. We tough it out every week. There's no air that gets in this thing. I know some drivers do have fans for the drivers, but we just sit here and sweat, and it's like a little sauna right now.
Well, that's all right, you know.
Big thanks goes out to Hall of Fame Motors. If you're looking for a car, Hall of Fame Motors on a Whipple in North Canton, the place to go. Hall of Fame Motors tonight, bringing you mid-season championships along with Federated Auto Parts. Green flag, turn 4. Rick Sibla on the outside. He's going to try to clear Mike Miller down the backstretch. He takes the advantage. Boy, look at Harvey go. In the number 112, Harvey on the outside. He's up into the top 5. Harvey's best run of the season. By far, he's up to 4th. Sibla goes into the lead. Here comes Rosenberry in the 2, and Bryant Smith in the 1 is making his way forward as well. 3 laps in, 27 to go. And it's heating up in the top 6 spots. Bryant Smith, point leader, top qualifier for the number 5 position. Smith running well again tonight. Gets around Schneider. Some wicked quick cars in this late model division at the front of the pack this evening. 5 laps in, 25 to go. Long way left in this one as Mike Miller currently holding off Rosenberry. And around goes Schneider. Schneider spins in turns 1 and 2. McMillan was right behind him in the 54. '54 of Doug McMillan getting into the 17 car of Schneider. Coming to green, who will have the better restart this time? Pretty equal at the line. Miller a good run down the front straightaway into the corner. Sibla solid through 1 and 2. Miller not pulling ahead this time. Sibla still in there, up around the door area, and will come in on lap number 6. 24 to go, and I think Sibla's going to be able to fend them off as long as we don't get a caution. He pulls ahead down in turns 1 and 2. Rosenberry for the number 2 spot. He's tucked up to the inside of Miller now. Harvey is stout tonight. He's in the outside groove. Contact trouble. Rosenberry into the wall. Around he goes, collects the 0 car of Riddle. Trouble coming off of turn number 4. As we had Miller and Rosenberry, and then collecting the 0 of Riddle. Don Harvey Jr. was running right behind Mike Miller. So terrible damage to the 0 of Rosenberry. Mike Miller got sideways coming off of 4. Looked at the replay from Mid-Vid.
Lots of damage down here on the 0 of George Riddle. Again, Alex Rosenberry front end just destroyed on his number 2 machine. Mike Miller actually looks like he's probably a little less for the wear as of the other 3. Don Harvey Jr., lots of rear end damage. I think that's where Riddle hit him in the left rear corner down here.
Yeah, watching replay from Mid-Vid, had a pretty good shot up here. Of course, it was from the front of the cars. They've got some shots from some other angles as well, some some very good cars caught up in this crash. Miller, the car in that second group, was running well before and got sideways coming off the corner, slid down and clipped Rosenberry. He had nowhere to go. His car slamming the outside retaining wall. That's very possibly a clip on the number 2 of Rosenberry.
Down here with Mike Miller. Mike, what happened?
I think I got loose on the outside, and probably my fault. And Rosenberry got into me because I was loose, and then all hell broke loose from there.
Seems like, from a good standpoint, it looks like your machine is a little less for the wear than the other 3.
Yeah, it doesn't look as bad as I felt. I may be able. I'm going to try to fire it back up.
Okay, Mike Miller looking to get back in. See if we can catch a word from a couple other competitors down here. Okay, Adam, caught up with Alex Rosenberry. Alex, tough deal, lots of damage on the front end of this machine. What did you see from your standpoint?
The wall. I didn't saw him on the outside. Next thing I knew, I was on the brake as hard as I could, trying to soften the hit, but off to Michigan for a clip.
Main thing is you're okay, and Mike said he did get loose on the outside.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just racing, whatever.
Okay, that's Alex Rosenberry. Obviously dejected down here on the front straightaway. Lots of damage to that number 2 machine.
Late model drivers always, as much as anybody, on edge, and we lost some good cars in that crash. Harvey, who was excellent tonight. They had that car set up, figured out for the first time this year. Riddle, mainly cosmetic damage, but he's got some stuff he'll have to straighten out underneath that car, but it's always a good sign when you can drive off. Rosenberry on the back of the tow truck. That car at one point this season had the track record, but as he mentioned, off to Michigan, finish line fabricating chassis, Tim Curry chassis, and a former Jimmy Carter car. Caution lights are turned off. And Rick Sibla and Bryant Smith bringing the field down the backstretch off into the third turn. Getting ready to turn number 4. Green will come out 24 laps from the checkered at Midvale Speedway. Sibla and Bryant Smith. Good restart for Rick Sibla on the inside lane. Smith strong down the backstretch. Sibla, he's got a shot maybe at holding them off. Keeps the car in the right direction. Leading the lap is Rick Sibla in the 63. Sibla by 34 thousandths of a second. Sibla pulling forward. He got a little bit free. Also watching as Schneider and Desecker get together again going into the corner. Both keep it in the right direction, and Sibla holding them off so far. Rick Sibla and Bryant Smith in a great battle for the lead. Bryant Smith may drop to the bottom here soon, though he likes that second lane, stays out there a little bit longer. Might give a chance for his older brother Bubba to get to the inside. Jonathan Ritter is just out of the top 5, so credit him with missing the wrecks in front of him. Does have some cosmetic damage, but he's giving himself a shot at a top 5 finish. He might just do it. All he needs is one more spot. We've completed the first 10, and Sibla is actually pulling away a little bit from Bryant Smith, who may have heated up the tires a little bit in that second lane. Bryant Smith back to a car length and a half behind Sibla. Now he's on the bottom lane and eating up some of that distance that Sibla had put behind him. Bubba Smith a close third, back a number of car lengths to the 21 car of Desecker. 17 car of Schneider running in the number 5 spot, and 6th is Ritter. 7th is Kirkpatrick. 8th is Baker. 9th is Sanquist. And 10th is Miller trying to rally. He can pick up a couple more spots. His car is pretty good tonight. Smith losing some ground again. Takes it way out to the outside retaining wall. Up. And now Kirkpatrick makes a run at Ritter. How about Ron Kirkpatrick making a great run at Jonathan Ritter? Down the front stretch he goes, and Kirkpatrick, one of his best runs of the season in a late model, up to the number 6 spot. Halfway this time, 15 in, 15 to go, and Sibla trying not to make a mistake. Open up the door for Bryant Smith, who is trying to set him up. William Robinson off the pace in the 14 car, gets out of the way just in time. Smith following closely Rick Sibla in the 63. Sibla's car maybe starting to slow a little bit, but he's protecting the bottom, making sure that Brian Smith, the point leader, doesn't get a run to the inside. Rick Sibla, the defending point champion of a season ago, has 11 laps to go this time. 11 left for Rick Sibla, and car number 63 sideways a little bit, coming off of 4. 4th, 5th, and 6th might soon be a battle as Kirkpatrick has closed on those drivers, and Bryant Smith nearly had the opening to go to the inside of Sibla. Sibla doesn't want to make that mistake and open up the bottom. Ritter, after moving forward, is falling backward. Larry Baker makes a move in the 06. Ritter checks up to avoid contact as Baker kind of closed the door a little too soon. 9 to go. And I think the drivers up front have their hands full a little bit. They're closing on slower traffic as the animal Bob Eichel's ahead. He'll move out of the way to the second lane. He's been given the move over flag. Sibla pushes high. Smith goes to the inside, down into the corner, and around they go. Around they go, heading into the first corner. Bubba Smith, the race leader in the number 12 car. Bubba Smith out front, Brian Smith in the second spot, Schneider in third. Rick Sibla moving his way back up in the 63. Brian Smith in the number 1 car trying to close on Bubba Smith. Down the back stretch they go. It'll be 5 laps to go this time. 5 laps to go, and caution out. Yellow flag out as Mills goes around in the number 4. Mills going around to the number 4 car, coming off of the second turn. And Dessecker going to the line over in turn number 4.
Looks like the 21 of Dessecker has a flat left rear as well, Adam.
So a bad break there as Sibla, when the yellow came out, didn't quite get slowed down. He and Desecker got together. Green flag is out. Down into the first corner we go. Brian Smith in the outside lane. Bubba Smith down on the rumble bumps. Brian Smith goes into the lead. Here comes Schneider in the 17, looking to the inside of Mike Miller. 5 laps to go. 5 laps remaining as Brian Smith's back out front. Second, Bubba Smith. Mike Miller in the number 3 spot. Schneider runs fourth. Kirkpatrick in the number 5 spot. Animal Racing with Desecker at the back of the field. Down to the final 3 circuits, 27 complete. White flag out, 1 more lap to go. Final circuit. As the checkered flag waves, feature win number 4 this season for Brian Smith. Second spot to Bubba Smith. Third, Mike Miller rallies for a podium finish. 4th spot to Schneider and 5th spot to Kirkpatrick. Fired after stalling on the backstretch. Each of our division features, they stop the top 3 to check everybody's tires. Late model mid-season championship race. In the books tonight. Still got 2 or 3 features to go. I believe 3 of them. So we've got compacts, mini trucks, fun packs all to race. As Brian Smith claims the victory.
Hey, Adam, I'm going to pop in real quick with Mike Miller before we get Brian over there. Mike, good run after coming from the back after that accident. Good third-place run for you tonight.
I appreciate it. Like I say, I don't know. I got loose. It might have been my fault. I ain't sure, but we battled back. Car wasn't quite as good, but we got some good brakes on the restarts and got back up there.
Congratulations. Good run tonight.
Thank you.
Mike Miller, good third-place run over here, Adam.
Your winner, the number 1 of Brian Smith. Well, Bryant, a wild race, late model race. First off, big crash early on in the event, kind of changed the whole complexion of this one. We had the 63 or the 63 up front. That we had Miller, we had Rosenberry, we had some Harvey, we had some really good cars tore up. And just fortunate to miss that one.
Yeah, I thought for sure I was a goner when I saw them guys get together. I don't know if Miller turned left or Rosenberry turned right, but I saw them guys get together, and I knew all hell was about to break loose, and I just held on and did what I could, and they must have just missed me because I thought I was done for.
Put you in a good position for the restart. In the outside lane, you and Rick raced each other well there for a few laps. You slid back. He was able to hold you off on the inside. That was maybe a little bit of a surprise because he doesn't like starting down there.
Yeah, I like starting on the outside, but the car just didn't go for the first lap or so. Then we ran side by side for a while, and I gained a little ground, and then I don't know if I was screwing up or what, but I was giving him a little room, and we were racing hard, and then we caught lap traffic, and I thought I had him cleared for sure on the inside, and he started turning left at the flag stand. I don't know what happened there, but
I think he tries going into the corner. You guys obviously racing for the race lead. He wanted his first feature win of the year. You wanted your fourth. You guys made contact going into the first corner, spun. But at that point, you take the restart lead. Then you have Bubba up there with you. He was pretty solid, and you had to use an extra restart to get back by him.
Yeah, Bubba, he's always almost impossible to pass. That's when I said I didn't think I'd be able to pass him in this race. And to clarify, I was never once mad at him. I was mad at you guys for letting that horrible start go. And that last horrible start, that was a bad one too, and you guys let that go. But I ain't complaining too much because I ended up winning.
There you go.
Thank you.
That previous start, in defense of the track officials down there in the corner, he might have started this much early, but it's not going to be perfect at the line. You just didn't go.
I didn't hit the gas until we were about 5 feet in front of the line.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, there you go. 5 feet in front of the line. Your winner, Bryant Smith, in the number 1 car.
Tommy, you're gonna ruin the picture. I'm right here. We love everybody at Midvale.
"12 laps to the distance in our fun-packed feature." Chris Paul pulling forward into the lead. English whooped on him in the heat race in the 50 car. He can't go 3 wide in this race, but he still gets a look to the inside. Checks up going into the corner. Now the inside is open, and here comes English. This could be a tough one to beat. The 50 car of Jeremiah Hartline, rather. There's a Jeremiah English races somewhere. It's just not here. Jeremiah Hartline in the number 50, your leader. Who's Jeremiah English? I think it's a race car driver in one of the states. Maybe that's one of the... I think he drives like a compact in Indiana. So, oh, look out. Colton Bryan in the 21 and Tim Frederick in the 151 get together. And caution flag comes out. He is a race car driver. I knew in Ohio, not Indiana, so I was a little off there. But and he runs street stocks, not compacts. But I knew I had announced the name before. Turn 4, green flag for Hartline and Paul. Here we go. Not a good restart down in turn 4. So caution flag coming out. Yellow flag out for the restart. As Hartline starting a little bit early. And here we go, and that's a much, much better restart. As they're side by side when the green flag waves. And Jeremiah Hartline and Chris Paul race down into turns 1 and 2, and Hartline will again take the race lead. Paul drops into second. Third is Walker. Fourth is Bartholow. And fifth is Heron. He's going to get a top 5 in his first ever feature run. Bartholow making a run to the inside of Walker for third. And that run was solid down into the third corner. He gets to the inside of Paul. I think they forgot to turn. Going into the number 2 spot is Bartholow. And now Walker in the 88 car has a flat tire. So a flat tire on the 88 car of Walker. They send him off to the infield. Leading is Heartline. First fun-packed feature start. He won his first heat race earlier. He's going to win his first feature unless something drastic happens, which is always a possibility, especially tonight. They completed halfway that time, but it'll be 7 in, 5 to go for the 50 car of Jeremiah Heartline. Brock Heron moves over, allows the 50 car of Heartline to go low. Heron 1 lap off the pace now, but still in 4th place. The Eastern Ohio Hunting and Fishing Expo, which is going on this weekend. Sponsor number 50, Jeremiah Heartline, the winner. Well, congratulations on the feature win and the heat win. Dan called me earlier and said, it's mid-season. Is it okay if somebody drives the car other than myself because I'm busy out at the Eastern Ohio Hunting and Fishing Expo? And I said, yeah. I said, he doesn't have to start at the back because the car's been running. And it was a good decision on his part. You ran good tonight.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to thank for giving me a shot to drive tonight, and Todd Miller for getting me in here, and all the sponsors, and maybe I'll give her a go again.
Good job.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Heartline, first ever time in victory lane, was in a heat, and he wins a feature to go along with it in the 50 car.
Hey Adam, I heard you was trying to get a hold of me. You need anything?
No, that's all right. If you're shutting her down for the night, shut down the mic so we don't have to hear that pop. Here we go. 13 car of Gerald Hahn goes into the number 1 spot. Sideways up the banking, the 97 of Beatty. Look at Salisbury threading the needle. Blaine Salisbury, bonsai move, makes it happen. Chase Beatty fighting back on the outside. Salisbury up to second. Salisbury up the track looking to the outside of Colmar right now. Salisbury goes into the lead. Colmar back to second. Chase Beatty, some smoke coming out of that 97 car. Bob Schneider Jr. in the 157 working the second groove. Renneker on the inside of Chase Beatty for third. Chase Beatty in the 97 has gone off into the infield. And Blaine Salisbury has broken out of his qualifying time. He's gone under his time twice during the race. He is eliminated from action. 175 of Justin Renneker becomes the new leader. Battle for second between Schneider in the 157 and the 13 of Colmar. Salisbury again has broken out of his qualifying time. Renneker leads, Schneider in second, third is Bill Jane, fourth is the 13 of Colmar, and fifth the 95 of Lisa Moore, and it's halfway this time, 8 laps in, 7 to go. Bill Jane is right there in the 59, and so is Schneider in the 157. Renneker turns left, closes the door on the backstretch. First, second, and third in a good battle up front. Five laps to go, 10 complete for Renneker, Schneider, and Jane. Renneker up the banking, taking the lane away from Schneider, still gives him a little bit of room on the backstretch, and Jane goes in. Bumper tag with the 175, then he locks up the tires or something going into 3. Three laps to go with 12 complete. White flag ready to wave, 1 lap to go for Renneker. Jane. Renneker has broken out of his qualifying time. The new lead battle goes on between Bill Jane and Schneider. They're going to the outside. 175 again has gone under his time. Schneider sideways. Bill Jane's going to win this race in the 59. Double checkered. It was actually lap 13 was the second breakout lap for the 175 of Renneker when he went under for a second time. That actually made the lead battle between the 59 of Bill Jane and the 157 of Schneider. Bill Jane claims the victory. The Bowers Towing, Jim Seamless Gutter, Mark Weinberger, Workers' Compensation Attorney, Phil's Car Care, Mid-Vid Video, sponsor number 59. Tim Farrar driving the Bill Jane car in the feature. Tim Farrar, who has picked up numerous wins up at Barberton, getting his first feature win here in the Midvale Speedway Compact Division. It was Bill Jane's car. Bill Jane drove it in the heat race earlier, but Tim Farrar drove it here in the feature. Your winner, Tim Farrar. Well, Tim, I announced the whole race. I said it was Bill Jane out there. We didn't receive word.
Well, I got to thank Bill for letting me drive tonight. He wanted to drive the heat, and I wanted to drive the feature. I got this because my son's lucky hat. He got me for Father's Day.
There you go. That's a good thing. How many times have you actually raced here? I know you've run a lot at Barberton. Have you raced here before?
Probably 3 or 4 times. It's the first time I ever won anything here.
Good run.
Thank you very much.
Tim Farrar, former regular competitor at the Barberton Speedway, claiming the win in Bill Jane's number 59 tonight. And one final race yet to go.
Got one of our better mini truck fields on the season, and there goes a little mouse beside me and Cigar Man over here. I don't think he even seen it.
Mice, grinnies, everything.
Yeah, he doesn't pay much attention. I see a mouse, and it usually gets my attention. We usually see a lot of those down at 250, don't we? They usually
down
live
at
with
250 in the quote-unquote tower.
Yeah,
where
or
they're
shed.
running around. They usually come out at night when the lights are on and they do circles. And Keith Anderson, the 32. 12 laps for the mini trucks, and we're underway. And look out. Wood goes around. He misses the Uke tire, and he finishes off the 49, which started the deal. And now we've got the caution in red blinking.
Yeah, well, I did for you.
We are green flag racing coming off of 4 underway. We got them beaten, and we got them banging. 6 trucks left on the track, and they're trying to race in about enough room for 4. And Vince Martin's number 5 of Mike Martin going for the lead into 3 and 4 on the outside of Keith Anderson. Anderson on the inside. Mike Martin on the outside lane. Kyler Bertram up to 3rd. Doug Decker, the top qualifier, to the inside of Jason Wright for the 4th position. He's got to make that move. .22 off the pace. Dennis Wood, problems on the 22. They wave it to get it moving again to keep this race under green. And off to the pits it goes. Leading the way, Mike Martin. Vince won a race in that earlier this season.
So that would be a first-time winner then.
Correct.
Even though he has a pure stock win, that's what I was going to say.
Yes, Kyler Bertram and Doug Decker are making some headway, though. 5 laps in, 7 to go at the line for Mike Martin. Doug Decker looking to the high side. Halfway this time, 6 laps in, 6 to go for the number 5 of Mike Martin. Kyler Bertram got the run he needed. Boy, Mike closes the door on him going into 3. Five laps to go in this 12-lap feature event for the mini truck division. And look, all 5 of them within striking distance. Kyler Bertram outside. Decker looking to the 3rd lane. Bertram, contact with Martin, nearly spun him coming off of 4. That moves Decker to the outside groove, and now Doug Decker with a shot. Doug Decker with a chance to go into the lead, looking for his first feature win of the season. And he takes over the number 1 spot down into the corner, inches forward. Coming back is Mike Martin in the 5. Decker at the line. 3 to go. Martin up the track. Here comes Bertram. What a move for Bertram. Contact. Here comes Martin back to the inside. 2 to go this time by. Good competitive field of trucks here tonight. And Mike Martin goes around. Might have got some help. Martin puts it in gear, tries to get going, and will go yellow. Yellow just coming out as Martin gets the truck rolling again. 3 from the finish in this 12-lapper. Decker sideways on the start. He spun the tires, and Martin's going into the lead, and here comes Bertram. Bad break for Decker, who spun his tires on the restart. Oh, it's probably because he's got a flat tire. He is off the pace. Doug Decker, problems for the 64. What looked like was going to be his first feature win of the season. Going to have to settle for a 5th, or a 4th rather, as the 32 of Anderson is eliminated. And here comes Bertram. Bertram got the run on Martin, and Kyler Bertram makes the run into the lead. Martin down into the corner, pushing on the tailgate a little bit, and a little bit more, and a little bit more than that. Final lap, 1 to go. Bertram leading. Martin right there on his rear bumper, sideways. That's going to eliminate his chance there. And Jason Wright running 3rd in his first feature of the season. To the checkered flag, it will be Kyler Bertram the win. 2nd spot to Mike Martin, and 3rd to the 45 of Jason Wright. Those riding motorcycles to the track get in for $8 admission. Thanks again for coming out to Midvale Speedway tonight. Chris Cale's going to get a word with Kyler Bertram as you exit the facility this evening. Chris, it will be all yours for post-race ceremony.
And pulling into victory lane in the Lakes Auto Recycling, sponsored number 155, Kyler Bertram. And Kyler, you just dropped your phone, brother. You want to pick up your phone real quick? I'll wait on you. It's all good. Hey, man, victory lane, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a pretty good race, man. That was a good restart. You really drove that thing down into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's pushing through the corner a lot, but I don't know, it worked, I guess.
You and Doug Decker and Mike Martin had a really good run there.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think I was going to be able to get him, but I did.
Anybody you want to thank, man?
Everybody comes out and watches. My dad, my grandpa, they work on the truck, and everybody, I guess.
Anybody's birthday, he says?
Yeah, would like to wish my great-grandpa happy birthday.
All right. Congratulations, Kyler Bertram in victory lane in your mini truck feature, mid-season champion. And we'll see you back here next week at Midvale Speedway. Please be safe going home, and thanks for coming out tonight.
Well, congratulations on the feature win and the heat win. Dan called me earlier and said, it's mid-season. Is it okay if somebody drives the car other than myself because I'm busy out at the Eastern Ohio Hunting and Fishing Expo? And I said, yeah. I said, he doesn't have to start it back because the car's been running. And it was a good decision on his part. You ran good tonight.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to thank Dan for giving me a shot to drive tonight, and Todd Miller for getting me in here, and all the sponsors. Yeah, we're good.
Good job.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Hartline, first ever time in victory lane was in a heat. He wins the feature to go along with it in the 50 car.
Hey, cover your number.
Hey Adam, I heard you was trying to get a hold of me. You need anything?
Thank you.
Actually, lap 13 was the second breakout lap for the for a second time. Actually made the lead battle between the 59 and the number 59.
What's your name? Tim Farrar.
Tim Farrar driving the Bill James car in the future.
Did you drive it all night long?
No, he drove it in heat race. Couldn't have it.
Tim Farrar, who has picked up a numerous wins up at Barberton, getting his first feature win here in the Mid-Vid Speedway Compact.
Now you get your name on the board.
It was Bill James' car. Bill James drove it in the heat race earlier. But Tim Farrar drove it here in the feature. Your winner, Tim Farrar. Well, Tim, I announced the whole race. I said it was Bill James out there. We didn't receive word.
Well, I got to thank Bill for letting me drive tonight. He wanted to drive the heat, I want to drive the feature. I got this because my son's lucky head got me in college.
There you go. That's a good thing. How many times have you actually raced here? I know you've run a lot of bars. Have you raced here before?
Probably 3 or 4 times. The first time I ever won anything here.
Good run.
Thank you very much.
Tim Farrar, former regular competitor at the Barberton Speedway, claiming the win. Bill James number 59 tonight. And one final race yet to go.
Yeah, they can come down. All right, come on.
Runner in the 68, Martin in the 5. Keep cars up front. Look at Jimco trying to press the needle. Going on the low side. Martin on the outside. Miller and Jimco getting together. Cars stacking up behind them. Everybody keeps on rolling. Still underway. The green flag is still out. They're going to get by this time. Martin now by half a car length down the back stretch. Connor in second, Jimco in third. He checks up and that's here. Great side by side of the team. Got Lewis around 39, bringing this out of caution for Friday. Second rookie bit on the inside, but he couldn't surprise us. Better on the outside of Vince Martin coming to green on the 4-3 in. Yeah, Vince Martin pulling ahead. Bill Jimco. Second, starts running back to the outside lane. 1 second to the bottom. It's the number 5 of Vince Martin, the 68 of Gary Hubengarner to try it again for the mid-season championship hardware tonight in the double points at Midvale Speedway. Shipko and Harmon in row 2, Miller and Harvey in row 3, and Schweitzer and Elkins in row 4. And there goes Shipko down to the infield. In the third, can't hold on to the infield. Get a cockpit. 77 of Miller and that's 112 of Harvey. Eddie Oliver will again, I believe, rejoin the field as they go by in turn 3, still on the lead lap. 3 laps in, 17 to go. Here comes Martin from the runner. Then Martin gets the lead again. Here comes Martin. He's up to third. The outside This could be a big break for the drivers in the outside lane. Right now, that is bad news for Todd Miller, Mike Clark, and Bill Andre. Miller falls back to the bottom. 6 in, 14 to go. Green flag turn 4 for the 5 of Vince Martin and the 9 of Nick Harmon. Solid doing good restart. And right now Harmon has the advantage. Martin on the bottom, getting up a little bit around. Schweitzer might be able to get underneath Martin. He's going to. So that changes things up a little bit. As Elkins is boxed in. Schweitzer is going to hit Elkins trying to get back on the low lane. Martin on the car going race on the bottom. Schweitzer on the outside of Harmon. Coming to green in turn number 4, 4 laps from the finish. Harmon has given that all his home. Now Schweitzer, a good restart, gets the momentum down the straightaway into the corner. Rich Schweitzer, not winning quite yet. Now he does, he's in the lead. Eddie Oliver delivers the spot. Pulls up the side of the corner. Look out. Caution lights are turned out. Green flag in turn number 4 for Harmon and Schweitzer. Side by side off the corner for much better restart. So take Harmon on the side. Still running well the outside. 17 laps now in. Harmon pulling forward. Battle for the number 3 spot. Sideways with 2 laps to go. He doesn't want to make that mistake again, or Schweitzer's on pounce on him. Lap and a half to go now. Harmon that's the rear seat. Into turn 2, the maximum driver down the back stretch. 1 car lead standing. 400 marking it down the 3rd. Schweitzer closes. Follow by Schweitzer, Goron, Martin, and Avil in the top 5 tonight. The first of several features complete on mid-season champ. 25 laps of this. caution flag is out front. 22 laps in, 3 to go. Restart this time. Who's going to win this modified feature? Westerfield on the inside. Now Paul pulling forward into the lead. English whooped on him in the heat race in the 50 car. He can't go 3 wide in this race, but he's still getting a look to the inside. Picks up going into the corner. Now the inside is over the rear coupling with the 50 car, Jeremiah Hartline rather. Jeremiah English races somewhere, it's just not here. Jeremiah Hartline in the number 50, your leader. Jeremiah English. I think it's a race car driver in one of the states. Maybe he no lookout, Cole Bryan in the 21 and Tim Frederick in the 151 get together. And Paul. Here we go. Not a good restart down in turn 4. Caution flag coming out. Yellow flag out we go, and that's a much, much better restart. They're side by side with the green flag waves. Jeremiah Hartline and Chris Paul race down into turn 1 and 2, and Hartline will again take the race lead. Paul drops into second, third, and 1 and 4. Aaron in the top 5 for a better run. Bartholomew making a run to the inside of Walker for third. And that run was solid down to the third corner. Gets to the inside of Paul. I think they forgot to turn. Going into the number 2 spot is Bartholomew. And now Walker in the 88 car have a flat tire. So flat tire on the 88 car of Walker. They sent him off to the infield. Leading is Hartline. First fun pack season start. He won his first heat race earlier. He's going to win his first feature unless something drastic happens, which is always a possibility, especially tonight. They completed halfway that time. It'll be 7 and 5 to go for the 50 car. Jeremiah Hartline. Aaron moves over, allows the 50 car of Hartline to go low. Aaron 1 lap off the pace now, but still in 4th place. going off into the infield. Justin Redding becomes the new leader. That was broken out of the qualifying time. Battle goes on. We're on the outside, 175. Was actually not the second breakout lap for the 175 of Redinger when he went under for a second time. That actually made the lead battle between the fifth. Look out. Blood goes around. He misses the new tire and he finishes off the 49, which started the deal. And now we got the caution. I was want to go there and I said, no, I'm not going to use some corny fun because I just don't think we are green flag racing coming off the floor underway. We got them beating and we got them banging. 6 trucks left on the track and they're trying to race about enough room for 4. And Vince Martin, number 5 of Mike Martin, going for the lead in the 3 and 4. Anderson on the inside. Mike Martin on the outside lane. Pilot Burton on the third. Doug Decker on the top of the He has pure stock wins. Yes, Tyler Bertram and Doug Decker are named against baseball. Doug Decker looking to the high side. Martin down.